I've been muted all this time. I'm so sorry. Hello, my name is Sebastian. Welcome in from the raid because, yeah, that makes sense, which is, yeah. I do apologize. I'm the newest prospect and I apparently stream badly too. Not just, I don't just play badly, I stream badly too. It happens. Fuck. Oh well. Shit happens. Actually, just in case a storm does come in, let's go and hang this stuff up nicely, right? 2 seconds. We're coming along there. Okay, so we'll clean all this up. Yes, good morning, everyone. Welcome in. We're doing things. That one, yes, and also that one, because then we can just, for now, make these straight. Dash. I don't like that, actually. Will you let me do this, indeed? Housing. Yeah, you can't do it like that, Sebastian. You need to do a silly thing like, um, here. I'll do. Now, come on. Let me do like so, and then we can just take this straight line along. Right, this is still fine. Now we're going to need to do some thinking and programming. Let me grab. Yes, I'll drag you over to my window for the programming environment, and we will want to start with something like IC.device centrifuge, not ventrifuge. I can type honestly. Centrifuge. Give me please this, right? Um, did I forget something? Let me look at something I know it works. IC.device. Oh, that's an alias, not a bar. That's what I'm doing wrong. Yeah, okay. Gesundheit. So we'll make a new alias centrifuges centrifuges. Oh, I can't type even today. Is IC.device of that type. Okay. Now let's make a new name for this quickly before I overwrite the printer control. And this is called mining control. That's what I'm going to call that, okay? Bush. Then we need an alias for the silos. Yeah. Because I want to talk to them as well. STB silo structure, STB silo. So we'll fill that in there. Stackers, sorters, we need to find them. This is the stacker we're using, okay? I'm just making sure I've got the right things because of the orientation. Alias stackers equals ISE.device and the sorters. ISE.device structure sorter. Right? Then we have, I don't even need to talk to that display up there really. I mean, it doesn't need any interaction at all. We could probably say something like running and emptying. Like we could output that as a state to that display just to sort of give it an indication of what it's doing. But other than that, not really much to think about there. So we've got the centrifuges that we need the error state from. And actually something just occurs to me. Maybe I want to actually look for each individual centrifuge and check each one. Because we have 3 of them, I can, you know, we could do that in a tight loop. But anyways, so we have the centrifuges. We then go through the chutes. They have no active components, so nothing to worry about. We go into a sorter. We then go into a stacker. We then go into a silo. Okay, we can start with our actual program. Right, this is what that's going to look like. We're going to start obviously with the yield. Make sure that every time we, you know, make sure we listen to things. So I hope you can still see that through the game a little bit as I'm navigating and doing things in here. I think I need to label these. If I click the right buttons, that would be helpful. But I have a labeler here. Centrifuge 1. And I think that's literally what we're going to do here. Just add a number like so. Right, that's all I need to do there. That's all I wanted from that. And we're going to change this code slightly. Centrifuge 1 dot name of centrifuge 1, and that needs to be in quotation marks, and then we can go like so. 2, 3, oh, 2, 3. We're gonna store the full centrifuge somewhere. That's gonna probably end up in the register. Full centrifuge, right? If centrifuge 1 dot error equals 1, then, and if I'm just making sure the structure itself is sound before I do anything. I'm just silos dot on equals 1. Actually, first thing we're going to do is that we're going to close the silos. Silos dot, if I go, oh god, don't open your helmet, you stupid, come on. Silo, where is it? It's open, I think I need. Silos dot open equals 0. Then we can turn the silos on. Actually, I'm going to wait one here to make sure they actually have the time to hit that thing, right? Like close the actual ejector, then we can turn them on. Then the sorters dot on equals 1, and stackers dot on equals 1. And then what we'll do here is we'll not just ask for one centrifuge, but for each one, centrifuge do dot error equals 1, or that's what these two double bars mean. You basically say or. If you wanted to say they all need to have error out, then you would do it with double ampersand, which is basically an and. But then centrifuge 3 dot error equals 1. Then I think I can do this even better. I'm trying to basically actually continue this for now. This is fine. Stackers on. Stacker sorters, and then the centrifuges can be opened. And this is where I need to basically figure out which one is the right one. And so what we're going to do is we're going to make a new subroutine. Eject cycle. Return. And that's where we can do all this. So if mouse in the way, copy that. Then full centrifuge equals this word is going to really trip me up today, and I think I'm going to just copy this quickly like so. Quantity, total quantity on the device, so that we can basically say if it's 0, we then reject, we then close everything again. Okay, think this is the first thing, and it may not make much sense right now to do this, but I want to achieve something here. It's 2, it's 3. Then eject, go to sub actually. No, it's just eject cycle. I think that's all I need to do. Go to eject cycle. Then I need to now find the right centrifuge to open, which I know the number of, but how do I suppose basically this thing again. Then equals 1, then we'll do the eject here, and then instead of an end if, we're doing else. Then centrifuge 1 dot, now I need to find that in here. How did we do that again? Is it just a open, right? Actually, even better, while centrifuge 1 dot reagents is greater than yes. So while it's got ingredients in it, we open it. Not open. And while. And then end if. For now, just to, and it's not end while. God, I need to look this up quickly. I forgot. While loops, while it's end while. That's exactly what I need to do. While condition. End while into an increment decrement. Huh? Man, that's a bit shift. That makes no sense. I mean, sure, I can then do it the other way. Yes. Yes, it does. I did change the message recently, but it does always do that. It's and the way it does it, it's because Twitch chat is essentially an IRC chat, like from olden days. You can see who's in the room. It's a room type chat. So, but welcome in. Good morning. Hope you're doing all right. And I changed the message to lessen the impact, to make it less less call outy, right? I'm trying. I'm very trying. I know that, but um, that's why I did wrong. That's why I did wrong. Yeah. That's my fault. Let me restore that while loop. There we go. Right, open the centrifuge. Else if, right, if full centrifuge, I can type honestly, equals 2. Do this for the second one, obviously. So the in-game programming, I want to say, is painful. Okay, the programming I'm doing right now is actually with an extra mod. It's mentioned on the Steam Workshop as a mod, but actually it's just a piece of software you download from GitHub, and it's called Basic IC10 Compiler. So I'm programming in a higher level language like what you're seeing right now. The output of which is hard to read. Let me show you an example of something actually fairly simple. For example, solar tracking. Okay, you can see that the pseudocode, I want to call it, is actually fairly straightforward. We have on a pin, D0, we have a daylight sensor, and we have here basically an alias set for all solar panels of a specific type, right? Then we have two variables for an offset, and all we're going to say is ignore the yield. Yield is an internal thing to Stationeers saying, hey, listen for or wait for variables to populate. Okay, give the CPU cycle some time to go and fetch all the information. You need it, but it's there. But all I'm doing really, I'm writing the horizontal for the solar panels where they're aligning to the horizontal that is reported from the sensor, right? This I can explain, and you can sort of think your way through this, even as a non-programmer, to some degree. When you then look at the right-hand side of this, no, right? This up here is sort of easy enough to understand. Okay, we're making a variable. Move what? Okay, move something 0, right? It gets much worse down here where we're loading from a pin. We're doing set batches for a specific hash. We're loading. It's essentially machine code, and I would say, if you're not into programming, if you have never done any programming and you have no interest in it, then this is definitely not the game for you. Because at some point in this game, you will be required to touch upon these systems. Sure, you can do a lot with just logic chips. Okay. Let me bring you over. For example, I had down here just chips that were basically reading a state, and that's all it does. It's one chip, and you tell it with a screwdriver, hey, read that thing there and show me that output. Then you make another chip. Next to that, you say, hey, see that other chip? Give me that, and now write that to this thing. Right? So you need a lot of chips, but you can sort of do a lot with that. But at some point, you will get to a stage where you will want to make it more efficient, and so programming becomes almost essential. So intimidated is different because there is ways around it. That's exactly my point here. I have no interest. Let's actually make the point here. Why is that light on? I'm too far away from my light. Or from my charger. But if where is my laptop? Where indeed is my laptop? Did I leave it somewhere? I probably did. Let me quickly find it and show you what I mean. Like in game, I have no interest in programming in that way. Yeah. See, I'm the same. I love watching programmers on like YouTube and even on Twitch. Solding is fucking amazing. Russian guy. Um, this really interests me. I am not a programmer by trade. I have dabbled for years. I have always had an interest, but I've always found that if you ask Google hard enough, and by now you can easily replace that with ChatGPT or DeepSeek or whatever AI you want to use, you can find those sort of right answers and get there yourself. That's sort of what I found and what's made me actually quite happy to try and just experiment, right? But this doesn't give you anything. The game itself doesn't help you understanding it. So if you're wanting to learn programming, I almost feel like this game isn't the right way to go. It's almost more useful to look at. I'm trying to think here. It'd be almost useful to play games that sort of make you think more about logic logic paths in that way. And I'm trying to think, there's something from Ubisoft that I used to play. Where's my Ubisoft Connect? Okay, yeah, I mean Minecraft with the right mod gets really hard, right? If you look into computer craft, right, it gets quite involved. And then so if that doesn't disturb you there, then absolutely, Stationeers will get you there. Because here's the truth. There is nothing in the game that you can't find through its in-game help. Okay? If I'm not sure about something and I'm just wanting to maybe right, there's searches for variables, there's searches for these functions. Now these functions, this is essentially built in MIP stuff. So IC10 is the name of the language that is being used in the game, and it's a variant of a MIPS processor language, right? It's assembly language, but there is help, right? And you can even start just maybe looking for things. Oh, okay, loads device logic type to register. Okay, so okay, registers, we know as you read the documentation, there's 16 registers on each IC. Okay, D0 or some device pin, and the logic type. Now logic type is sort of the thing that threw me for a good while. And all it really means, this is a beautiful thing. Let me come out of here. These, whenever you look at a block, so this is the centrifuge, okay, and you start going down and you have this logic tab here. This here is essentially exactly that. That is the come on. So that is essentially the logic type, right? So you just add that at the end, and then in that register you will have that value. No. You can absolutely survive without any actual programming. You can make survival possible. And let me actually make that point. because this is obviously now an advanced base, okay? My starter base didn't have a lot of that. Okay, and this is sort of the thing which the first thing I'm gonna tell you, play tutorial 1 and 2 of the game. They're built in, right? Tutorial 1, take your time. Build more than the tutorial wants you to. Go back into it and just play around with the blocks and just get a feel for that mechanic. Because it's a safe environment. Okay? And the next tip I'm going to give, play on easy. Because it makes survival less cumbersome. You still have to survive, but it is not a mini game of, oh god, I have to feed myself and drink water again every 2 hours, every 3 hours, like in game. Like it's more reasonable, okay? But realistically, okay, I'm apparently thirsty, so let's have a drink. Okay, so this airlock, for example, no programming involved at all. And when you hit F2, you have this helper, right? My God, this helper literally guided me through the first 20 hours of just getting something built of survival. And sure, I died a few times in between because I wasn't understanding some systems. But the truth is, everything you see in here that makes this base so I can open my helmet and survive is not logic dependent. You see logic here, and it's for solar panels, but realistically, if you just spam solar panels being flat, they will still get solar power, you know, throughout the day. It'll be less, and it'll be not ideal, but as long as you feed it into a battery, you can survive. Okay. The oxygen systems, the power systems, all of that is completely non-logic dependent at this point. This was all completely pulled in manually, and it just runs now. Okay, I have an air conditioner running here. It does have no logic. I can even, if I can get in here, I can open here. There's no chip in there. I can insert one, and yes, we can start listening for things, you know, signals and what have you not. But realistically, we don't need to, right? All this air conditioner needs to know that it's on, what the target temperature is, and to start or stop. Yes, this is essentially what I've sort of done with this base, and this base I've just learned all the basic concepts. Temperature, pressure, and gases. Right? And then I decided, okay, and to be fair, this was like my third iteration of a base. My first base, and I'm going to tell you this one piece of advice right now. See all these machines? You don't want them in your base. At least not with... Is that furnace still there? With a furnace inside it. Because you get this arc furnace in the beginning, right? And it literally just works on electricity. You don't even have to worry about gases. Yeah, this guy. And holy shit, it heats up your room. I was in my first world, I was sitting at 1,000-degree temperatures inside my base. And I was supposed to be having a breathable atmosphere, so it was good, right? So this is the sort of the first thing I learned. And then I figured out, oh, he's the only one actually making any real heat. These guys don't care, the printers. You know who's actually the killer? It's the sun. Because I made glass roof everywhere. And the laws of thermodynamics are very, very real in this game. But, you know, just for the point being, you don't need logic for this to get this far. Same with the greenhouse. None of this is logic-based. The greenhouse just works. I have to go in every so often and feed more ice into it. Right? Basically, I go in manually, look at gauges myself and say, hey, have you got enough water? Right? And so I go literally up here and say, oh, cool, there's 55 liters of liquid still in there in that water tank. Yeah, I'm happy. Cool. Um, Here's another air conditioner. It's actually hooked into the same cooling system. Um, no, I don't want to harvest them yet. They're just plants. I want the seeds out as well. But yeah, this was all built without logic. I then moved on to run my solar off just a IC10 housing. But you don't need to. You can do even that just in logic chips. And realistically, it's something like 5 chips or so. You basically have a daylight sensor that comes with the game. In it automatically gives you the horizontal and vertical positioning of the sun. Right? You just need to worry about feeding it into your solar panels. I know it's my break time as well. Yes, I realize. So for those that are new to my channel, I take a break every hour to give myself some stretches, get the ads running, all that good stuff. And with that, of course, hopefully get that sweet, sweet no pre-roll experience. Um, but yeah, it's the programming is more of a thing that you get to a stage in the game where you're like, I am sick and tired of doing this manually all the time. I want to automate it. That's where that comes from. It's not that it's a necessity, but you get to a stage where you want to automate more and more things. And the more things you want to automate, the deeper down this rabbit hole you can fall. That's sort of the thing there, right? Anyways, let's for now retreat into safe space, and I shall go for my quick break. Yeah, but for example, airlocks, right? You you build components, and as I say, this helper up in the top left corner, and you can't see much of it when I see it, but when I blend it in there, but you know, it's there and it tells you a lot. um, will actually tell you the components that you need, and when you start on easy, you have all the components in your lander, right? You just rip the box off the lander, open the box, and say, hey, what do I have here? In my case, I actually left it on the lander and made it easier to just find everything. But yeah, it's in the simplest terms, a passive vent into good atmosphere, an active vent in the actual chamber, you know, in the actual. Uh-oh, we have a storm coming. Um, saying you know, active vent in the actual airlock. Then you have this console that has a chip. All this is provided for you. 2 door kits are provided. The gas sensor is provided. You want to have the gas sensor inside the airlock because it needs to know, hey, am I at zero pressure or at room pressure? And that's it. And then will just, every time you hit that button, cycle through. And no logic required, no programming required. I didn't need to do any logic stuff at all for that. You can, but you don't have to. For now, I would like to take my suit off because hygiene is a thing. And with that, if you like this sort of content and you want to see more of it, give me a like, a follow, a subscribe. I will be back in 3 to 5. And with that, I am back, and I'm also noticing my lights weren't even on. My God, I am so not prepared today, but it's fine. Yeah, storm coming, but we should be fine as long as I keep my suit on because yeah, the rest of the base isn't quite ready yet. And the one thing I will say about this game is that the control is different than most other games, or like the control scheme, or like in terms of like you need to basically use the alt button a lot to free your mouse and move things about. Sort of, it's I don't want to say a downside. It's just different. Thank you. But like once you get used to it, it's actually that bad that I find myself in many other games now hitting the alt button to free my mouse when in fact you can't even do that in the game. So we're going. Actually, I need to bring the laptop. If we want to make any code happen down there, then I need to bring the laptop. Okay. Let's go and eat from the cereal bar. We still have a full one on us. That's good then. Put you in there and actually just... I hate all this space wasted. Yeah, better. Now, there's two different ways you can actually talk to computers, to these chips. You could either make a housing and a computer like this, and these computers take different motherboards, right? Why is there a sorter in there? That's a good fucking question. I don't even know. And then program it through this computer, or you build yourself this laptop, which, if you place it down, has a chip socket already built in. So it makes it a little bit easier because otherwise you end up having to, like, on the computer, select the right housing to then program into your code. Whereas on the laptop, you don't even have that issue. It's just, well, it doesn't write anywhere else but its own slot. So I find that actually a bit more convenient to do like local development. If something goes wrong, you bring the chip back, you go through the code and see what's going on. Let's close this. And yeah, we're in the middle of a storm, so movement is going to be weird and wonderful. And Velocom back, by the way. Velocom? What's that? Velocom is that a new language? I think we're making up a new language here. Joking, I'm joking. I can't even do that down here. Like if I put the laptop down right now, it's just gonna get blown away. I know it for a fact, so not gonna happen. Yeah, no, I'm not risking it. I am. I've lost one laptop to the storm already, and many other ingredients, but we're not talking about that. But I will give the storm no more. I'm telling you right now, the ghosts of Mars will not build anything against me. At least I'm not providing them with it. I don't know about the rest of the guys. Anyways, let's... Oh, I can actually do this anywhere down here. This is fine. This is protected enough. Yeet you there. Put you there. And actually, matter of fact, we're not quite done yet. Because I don't think I had finished this code yet. Mining control, is it? Yes. So then we're gonna say else if the full centrifuge is 3, you know, we'll go and do the same check again. Oh, forgot the thens there. And then after we've done these checks, I'm gonna just at the end of it say, hey, close them all. Yep. And it's not go to, it's go sub. Right. Just thinking about this again. So we're basically setting which one of them is the full one. And if any of them is actually full, go and run the cycle, which means close the silos, wait a second for it to actually happen, turn them on, turn the sorters on, turn the stackers on, and then actually turn them off again, right? Do these three things in reverse, because we are obviously done with that. And then basically I would even quite happy here have that display somehow attached. I will need to go and quickly check on the name of that and the structure fab or prefab hash, whatever. Okay, so LED display medium, structure console LED. So that's what we're going to put in the code. Equals IC dot device of that structure dot name. And I'm wondering if the game will let me do this. Control C, cancel, turn it off again. Like so, boom. I see device. Dot name. I think it's the brackets that's the problem there. So what we'll do, display RPM. Confirm. Yeah, brackets broke the parsing there, but that's fine. Right. Display dot setting equals running, and then while the eject cycle is running, we will say display dot setting equals ejecting. Actually, something occurs to me. This is a problem because it'll immediately switch off. So I'll need another reset cycle, and we'll call it, right? And it'll have a return because we'll do it as a go sub. So this is what needs to happen there. Go sub reset cycle. My God, I can type, honestly. But I need to somehow do a check. And I think if I just do a weight of, I don't know. What is weight actually determined to be? Not as output. Is it delay in parallel in its parlance? Oh God. It's in seconds, so that's 1 second wait. If I put a 1 in there. Say wait 10 seconds. So after you're seeing basically that the reagents are empty in that particular centrifuge, right? You're gonna wait a while and go to the sub. You're gonna wait a while, and then you're gonna close the centrifuges, turn all that stuff back off. I feel like this may be good. Right? I don't know. This looks like it may be working. Gonna save it and bring us back to the game because we can try and program that now. Nichts mehr sein wie es war. So, and then we go to this laptop, I click edit, I go into my library, and there's the mining control. Basically overwriting what's in this buffer. That doesn't look right. Although it could be. Ah, it's creating stack pointers for the returns. But this is right here where it's looking essentially for our centrifuges and set set a variable 5 if variable 2 is 1, something like that. Branch yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on that I'm not quite sure of, and probably this could have been done a lot simpler. But if I go and export this, right, we'll go and grab the chip. I'll go and oh, this way. Right, jump in here. And then basically just put it in here. And it's crashed. Unrecognized instruction at line 0. Okay, that's where you've already cacked out. Okay. So, and this is how that goes. And it's like literally crashed out at line 0. So we're gonna have to go and check what's going on here. I maybe mm, give me 2 seconds. I want to understand something here in the basic language if I can find a better way of doing that branching and jumping. Um, no, none of use. No, 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 no. Jumps. Yes. Maybe I don't even need to do go sub. Actually, yeah. Let's actually make this a bit simpler. So we start in main, and we'll say go to eject cycle. Right, the eject cycle itself will not return, but go to main again once it's once it's done, and otherwise we'll jump into the reset cycle and. No, actually, I think I do need a return on this one. This is the. Oh no! Wait now. We don't even need to sub this out. I can just do it there. Boom. Um. I feel like I've done that wrong too. Yes. It's a var, that one in that case, absolutely. Because it just holds a value. And actually, it might be -1 in my case. Just to make sure we're not setting it as a silly value, but go and save that. Something still seems a bit weird. Let's see here. Uh, library. Uh, this this looks wrong. Something doesn't vibe with me here with this coding thing. Let me go and close the compiler quickly and run it again. I've seen this before where sometimes it gets into a weird state and compiles nonsense. Come on. Mining control, open that up again. And why, oh God, today everything is going wrong. Why are you not? My life modeler is completely cacked out. Well, not life modeler, but this guy. Give me 2 seconds. Try and I don't know. Yes, but no, 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 not you. You. Okay. I think I have it back. Something like there. Transition. Okay. See, that looks already much more like the code that I would be expecting here. So save that away. If I now go into library, do a mining control load. Yeah, that looks actually much more reasonable. Let's go transition. Confirm that as our code. We will now write that onto the chip. Thank you. Okay, it's running but not doing... But is it not doing... I see things on and on. That's good. Because they were full down here, so, you know, that's exactly what I would have expected. But you haven't opened any of them. No, that one. No, that one is. That one is. Oh, you've run them individually. I think that's what I'm seeing here. Because you're spinning back up. Awesome. It's actually doing exactly what it's supposed to do. Okay, the screen may be too small for that. That's why that doesn't fit on there. But you should now turn these off again. Oh, I may have a problem that it's gonna touch all those stackers. No, actually, it's a different network. It's a different APU. It's not gonna. They're not gonna see each other. But yeah, somehow part of the script isn't working because all these are still on. And you're acting as if you're still ejecting, I think. Oh, God. Hey, Smith and all, welcome in. Why are you? You should not be in an error state. Because that's what you're actually reporting here, right? Um, just let you spin up so you're not actually in an error state internally. How you doing anyways? Yeah, I'm doing fine. I'm basically trying to replace the original logic for the centrifuges with something a little bit more intelligent. And I've sort of scripted out something that essentially it looks at each individual error state, and then it will turn on the stacker sorters and silos upstairs. Um, yeah, again, I feel like this makes no sense in showing this in IC10. I may as well show the basic code that I wrote for it, right? Um, we have the three centrifuges, we have the silo stacker sorters, and the console to display out on. We're checking. I think I want to do this actually outside here on the initialization. Um, but let me save that. Basically, then we set that as the full centrifuge. We check if any of them errors out and go do our eject cycle. Otherwise, we'd display run. Let's make it short. Maybe this is short enough. I don't know. We'll see. But basically, then as we're ejecting, we make sure that the silos are actually closed, so we're not ejecting out all the items there. We wait a second for that to happen. We then turn on the silos. Um, Actually, I should do that after I turn the silos on. Then turn the sorters and the stackers on. Then again, check which one of them is the full centrifuge, and basically say, hey, well, there's no reagents in it. Um, go and open it, let it eject. While once the reagents are down at 0, it'll basically go and wait for 10 seconds, and we can do the closing of those straight away. But we then wait 10 seconds for the propagation of items, and then run the silos, sorters, and stackers back to the off state, and then rinse and repeat. And yeah, it ends up in a bunch of IC10 code, as it does. So transition back. Let me grab the chip quickly. I would like to write the new version to that now. Library mining control overwrite, yes. And it's the stuff further down here that's changed. Yeah. But yeah, confirm that. We will export that away again. And we'll let you run. Right? I should expect, let's take the laptop with me, for this to just run now, and then whenever one of them runs full, it'll go and eject itself out. Going the wrong way. Okay, this display can't take text in. LED display, medium. Maybe I should set mode 0 first. That might make more sense. Mode 0. So quick look down. Because if it's now set to like mode 1 or 2, then of course it's not going to output anything sensible from this information. Um, Display mode 0. If we're normally running, sorry, display point color equals green, and if we're ejecting, I'm going to say display color is red. But at the beginning of it, we're setting display mode to 0, which makes it just a normal text control, I hope anyways. So if we now go and load library, go and load that code in overwrite, I can already see that it's right there. It's setting the color now and writing a setting into it. Did I set a display mode as well? That comes right after the yield. So that's up here where I'm writing to this particular display, you know, that we're mode 0. Confirm, export. See how that works. But there must be a way to just output text to a display somehow, I'm sure. No. I will worry about that another time. I know what's happening. I know what's happening. This is me being an idiot. Well, not so much an idiot, but slightly silly because this. You guys are still writing to it as well, or trying to anyways. I need to clean up that cabling at some point, but I don't care enough about it right now to do that. Put the logic kits up there. No, that wasn't the solution either. Yeah, that's weird. Do we have... Yeah, give me the config cartridge. Excuse you. What's going on with the lag? And why is you not... Ah, there. Mode 0. So I don't think we can easily retrieve or send display values to this. Why not? Why is that? I don't understand. we need to put it out to like a console. Is that a thing? But the console, depending on the circuit board. Uh, you can only read settings, so you can't even write to this. So this is not helpful. Is there something like a screen? Nope. No one knows what the ship display board is basically for. Good. That's just fucking great. Um, yeah, I actually don't know what I would need to do to make that work. To be honest. Write to a memory and read from memory on a console. The problem is the console still wants a chip inside it. It wants a board inside to tell it what information to display, and it won't accept. So if I look at a console, right? Maybe the console monitor does. But setting, this is what you normally write, your information into, is a read only. It's not a write property. Yeah, and you have a chip inside as well. That's the problem. The console requires, to use a whatever, some sort of circuit board. Um, Maybe. What does it like? Okay, prefabs or gas and liquids. You can feed prefab hashes into it, but not random just strings. That's the two modes it accepts. Either a prefab, which means it needs to be like a prefab hash that exists in game, or some gas liquid type. I mean, it'd be worthwhile trying actually. I'm gonna give it a shot. So a console and you need iron, okay? Yes, there is actually. In IC10, you can just do this. This literally you can do this. You can for example pull that into a register. Right, that the information itself isn't the problem. It's the getting that information output somewhere is, I feel right now, the issue, which I was hoping you would do, but maybe we Hash display could actually do it. Possibly. We'll try it out, right? We'll go and make a console kit and so there's gas, graph, hash, ship. We'll try a hash display. At the very least, I will need that anyways when I want to go into automating the other things. Okay. Let's turn you off for a while. And what we'll do is I'll put the console up here instead. Put you away and put a label on that. Console. I'll just still call it RPM. My God, I can English. Just for my own ease of understanding. Um, I almost feel like maybe we could turn the IC housing off from up here and that sort of thing, but um, uh, right, that makes sense that there's at the moment an error condition because yeah, it doesn't know what to display because no information is being sent into it. And sure, I could, ooh, ooh, wait, no, how would I, huh, I don't know, well, here's what I could do. I could write the value, oh God, to the internal housing itself and just read it from there. Bum, bum, bum. So it's a device communication channel using port and channel must be a number from alias my channel IC pin some port and then some channel. Mm. That'll do me. That will do me. Okay, I found a way to directly address the housing of the chip that we're basically talking to. Okay, that's where this is going to go. Give me please the configuration track. That. So 2 seconds. If I bring you over now, so IC.ID, and then I'm just going to grab the reference. Well, no, alias housing is IC.ID, and this is still IC.device, but it's now a different device. It's a console. I'll grab that in a minute. And the reference ID I need to put in here is 455165. Console structure console, that's the prefab that I need for that. And I think I have it as name of console ripm. Right. Then display mode doesn't even need to be really a thing. What we are instead, actually, we're just writing to the housing. We're just not go away. Housing dot setting equals run. That's just a hash it will. 2 seconds. F3 hashing function, device hash. They have their own hashing function in BASIC as well. I want to quickly grab. Yes. Can you not? Oh wait. I think it's that since this is a built-in from. Hey, Jati Hernandez, welcome in English chat only. But yes, my IC10 code is not IC10 code because it is basic IC10 compiler code. Guten Morgen, moin moin, even. I do speak English, German, but this is I want to keep it English for my viewers, of course. God, where's the MIPS functions? Because I think one of the built-in ones is the hash function itself. God, functions, yield weight, yeah, all the usual. They are native MIPS functions. Hash isn't one of them. All good, no problem. It's not a mod. It's not a mod. Well, it's on the Steam Workshop as a mod, but it's a GitHub repository where you download a piece of software and you code in BASIC, and on the right-hand side, it spits out the IC10 code. But the real advantage is in if I write it in BASIC in that editor and save it. So yeah, on the left hand side, I can save this script. Let me go and actually now fix this quickly, and then I want this to be housing dot setting, and I wonder if there's this. No. I'm assuming you're making your own hash of this then. Somehow. Okay. Um, Listen, I was exactly in that position. I was looking through IC10 codes, trying to learn and keeping track of registers. And so I use my fingers and I use the Googles to say, hey, what is an alternative? And there's two alternatives, ICX and basic IC10 compiler. I like this one a lot more because it integrates directly into the game. Because if I now transition you over and I go into my library, I can literally import this mining control. You can see it's being created by that basic IC10 compiler. I can load all the instructions in here, and my code is just done. Right? Here's my other thing. I have a lot of viewers that are not programmers. Right? These lines, I can walk an English talking person through fairly easily and they would be able to follow it. Okay? The minute you look at this stuff over here, I'm lost even explaining it well enough, because I would actually have to write down every single register, which values did we put in there. No, right? I have to keep it sort of in a vein of, yeah, I want to be nerdy about it and I want to really program a little bit and have fun with it, but at the same time I want it accessible. So this is my compromise. And of course that wouldn't work because, I would have to first do this, then export onto the chip. And now it has a hash state in there. And the idea would now be to say to the IC, let me actually go and name this guy, so I will actually find it. IC housing, rip him. But yeah, I like to be lazy. I'm sorry to say, And at the end of the day, I think this is a lot more approachable and accessible also to my viewers than grinding through IC10 code and nah. Well, it's blinking. Oh, well, it's blinking because we actually haven't set it up. That's right. I now need to hook it into that housing. So we'll grab a disk. God, my inventory is a fucking mess at the moment, but it's fine, it's fine. I see housing rip him. Ah, damn it. Oh my god, again? So, yes, for those new to my channel, I take a break every hour on the hour during my streams to make sure that we were running ads at some time where I'm not doing anything, and it gives me a chance to stretch and relax and all that good stuff. For that, I would like to probably take my helmet off and my suit off for a minute. Right, even if I don't get the display running right now, I think you are actually ejecting right now, aren't you? Or have we got someone into an error state down there? Possibly. I will check that after the break. Because that definitely shouldn't be on all the time. Same as, these stackers and sorters. But it's fine. We will look at that after the break. In the meantime, if you like this sort of content, give me a like, a follow, a subscribe. I will be back in 3 to 5, and then we're going to do more things. I have a few things still planned for today. And with that, I am back. So, yeah, I want to go and check out what's happening down there. I know how I can set it into a good state. I think this is me mucking with the script at the wrong time or something like that. So what I'll do is we'll jump down. I might have a drink of water in between. And then the display thing I will have a think about. I am thinking actually we could possibly just display the state by displaying either a centrifuge or a silo. Like actually give it prefab hashes that, or give it hashes that are actually a prefab, and then we can feed that through to that console display, and it'd be fairly little code change actually. Okay, so I definitely want a change in that code because I want to make sure that the machines, if we're back in the normal state, are actually turned off. So let's dump you down there, and why not go and code this up first, and um, think we're gonna do this actually always at main. Turn them all off, do the checks. Right, that's sort of the easier solution here, and then I'm going to make, I think it's a const running hash equals, I'm going to look up now the centrifuge. Prefab name. I think I can do that like so. No? And you want a number. Okay, okay, okay. I'll give you a number. Okay. And const eject hash is essentially we're going to point it at the silos. Give me that number. This. Then we're going to say, instead of run, we're going to say is running hash. Oh. And then this is the eject hash. Right? Then that gives it sort of icons that I can use to discern what we're doing at the moment. Oh. Seems like it might work. So it's been saved successfully. Library, mining control, load, overwrite. I'll bring you actually back to the game. So here we're seeing the change here where everything gets set to off, and then I am looking 6909. Here. That's where we're setting that, and then on the eject cycle we're setting the other hash. Okay, that sounds good. Export thyself. And you are running. Good. Nah. Nah. It didn't take the icon. I'm not seeing it. It would have been nice if that worked. I mean, I can try putting a disk in and see what happens. Yeah, this is the only one that, to me, has any value that we would want, but it's not displaying it. But the value right now is already on that device. I'm sure if I looked at the housing right now, I would see 1 or 2 hashes on there. I mean, I can see why I would then need a logic reader and a logic writer at the very least, but not necessarily a memory. Console monitor. No, not the console monitor. It's the other one. It's this one. Is there anything else I would need to? That's the name hash prefab hash. Oh wait, see, we can't write into this. Yeah, that's exactly the point. So if I look at this, yeah, that's exactly what I'm expecting. Right now, it has the housing itself sends this as a state, and that is essentially displaying a centrifuge. That's what this number represents. This is exactly the hash, right? I can, well, you see the number 6909459 yada yada yada, centrifuge 690945995. So it is exactly what I would expect there to be as a value, correct? I could think of maybe poking the screwdriver at the board. But then the only other thing I could think of is literally taking a logic reader, logic writer. Taking that hash value from the housing and pushing it onto the console, but that seems ludicrous. Ah, shit. So what I'm going to do is we'll rip the glass off. Mm-hmm. Oh, not belohrt. Dir nicht mehr zu sagen. Dass du mich magst, du mich siehst. Come on. Housing RPM. That's the value. And nothing. Nada. Hmm. See what I mean? Like this makes no sense because we have the hash lying on that console. Like I don't unless I have to literally logic read and write it. I have two logic kits there that I can take. So, logic reader, logic writer. I know that this seems so stupid to have to do this, but we'll try it. We'll take it in from an IC housing. IC housing, yeah. And the variable is going to be setting. Oh, wait. Right. You're writing, well, we're reading in, oh God, I need that logic reader probably named. Logic reader rip'em, and we're writing out to console, if that's a thing. Console RPM. I can on and open. Okay, I'll have to try in memory. This is the most silly thing I can conceive of. So I will have to basically figure out how to make hash displays work in script. That's got to be sort of next thing. Now, if I'm not mistaken, I may have a logic memory. Yeah. Damn it. Say here, it doesn't matter really to me. In, out to this logic memory, which probably wants a name. Ah, right. So it'd be, well, why don't we do that? Just that. Right. Yeah. But hang in there. It doesn't really matter which one. Yeah. Bring the laptop out. Edit. And when we're running, the running hash is, I want to do this in my basic script because there's a lot of occurrences of that. But so there's that item. Cancel. Dirty O, and then it doesn't really matter. Right? Basically what we're saying, either you show me dirty ore or you show me iron ore. Making sure I'm saving it. Library, mining control, overwrite. Yeah. This doesn't look right. Oh no, this is the error state. No. Yes, here, this is, I think one of my hashes, minus 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 4. Yes. Yeah, that would be the other way of doing it, but I want to really learn about this hashing as well, so this is why I'm trying to sort of stretch my legs. There is a reason why I'm actually doing more complicated than it may need to be. Because it sort of leads me into the journey of how I'm going to automate, hopefully, things like, you know, the furnace, not the furnace, but the printers from the vending machine. I sort of have understood that from a little bit of, you know, on Reddit, the Reddit posts that were posted last night on the Discord sort of gave me now the idea of, okay, I understand how I can get there, but I want to understand, you know, the underlying mechanics a bit better. But it may well be that, yes, there we go. You just can't do it with buildings. It just works. Boom. Nicht zu mir. Excuse you. See. So it makes a difference what kind of what kind of prefab it is for some devices. It's good to know as well. Complexity just keeps going up and up and up. But yeah, this is I think why I'm here. um, no, don't stop talking. But I understand where you're coming from, right? For me and you both, we would have both assumed this to just be working the first time around with what I did. But no, you have to be very specific because, again, documentation is just lacking in so many places. And right, it's a guessing game, and that's what makes it actually fairly frustrating. And yeah, I I don't know if I know a good solution for that except for perseverance at the moment. That's all I can come up with for myself to just try and persevere with the game and have fun with it, and I am. Um, but some things just seem silly. But right now we are in a state of yes, we are centrifuging things, and hopefully things are off. Good. Right, I think the next thing I'm going to do quickly is I'm going to do a count and we're going to make some signs. I want that down there a little bit neater and more labeled. So I've done here a sign 1 by 1, but I think the 2 by 1 is more what we would want then. And it requires 2 kits, so I need at least 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, 11, 13, 15, 17, 19 more. Say 21 to make it clear what that last one is. Because nothing should ever end up in there, but you never know. Okay, so 21 signs. We can do that. But you know, I'd rather we talk about that sort of frustration. You sitting there alone, saying, "Oh, shite." Doesn't help you, doesn't help anyone, and then you might as well just vent. Honestly, it's fine. Makes it also more fun for me because I'm like, yeah, I agree with you. It's a fucking bitch. um. Oh, wrong machine. That would be very much like me, actually. Yes, and that's just an iron thing. If I need 20 of them, that means I need 60 grams of iron. I need more iron. Let's do that quickly. Shit. I need to find myself an eject mechanism now. I mean, okay, I can get one out at a time, maybe? Sure. I can work with that, I suppose. Well, let's actually leave that down as a test. Thank you. And then just evacuate it again. Isn't that how it goes? It's the same when I'm trying to do something in my games, right? And my wife is streaming, I get nothing done because I'm too interested in see well, what is she doing there, even though it may not be the same games that I play, but it's like, huh, what's that then?
That's because you like my creations.
Yes, and uh, there we go. uh, yep. Procrastination. You know, I love SpongeBob. And I mean, it's I think very clear that ultimately there is no goal in the game, right? That there isn't any grand end goal that we're going towards. There's no variety unless I decided, okay, well, we're going to play on a new world. Bit of variety for a couple of hours, all looks a bit different, but you know, ultimately this is all about figuring out systems. I think it's about figuring out the systems. Like I don't see there being an overarching you can terraform Mars or something. Okay, well but that's a self-set goal, right? You can do any arbitrary goal that you want to set yourself, sure. 19 is 20, and the last one's coming out right now. Boom. Thank you. You can, but I imagine it's scale-wise to be a horrendous undertaking. I mean, wow, turning Mars's atmosphere actually breathable? Jeez. Yeah, yeah. Like I've played Planet Crafter before. My wife has as well, which is really fun actually. And talking of which, let me go and do a thing quickly. Uh, skadoosh. Um, but it becomes really easy in Planet Crafter because you're sort of scaling up automatically with the technologies. You don't really have that here in this game, I think. Not to that degree. Also, you're wrong. Yes, yeah, yes, you're wrong. Sure. Here's what we're gonna do. Grab you for a second. Oh, you've combined them. Okay, well that's fine. Then put you away. Put you in the hand. Oh, it's a crowbar. I apologize. And then you need to do this. Okay. Next slot. Nope. Alignment matters. Bush. Might as well do this right. Now grab the label. Iron ore. Copper ore. Nope. This is gold ore. Nope. Stop hitting enter. It doesn't work. This should be silver. Yep. Silver ore. Ah, yeah, that's sort of like my Factorio journey, actually. I had a lot of early stats, never really got anywhere until 2.0 came out, and I started actually making a bit of headway in space and space age and that. Uh, just coal, or I suppose, or no, what was it called? Something carbon. We'll just leave it. Cobalt or hydrocarbon. Thank you. I like that for that. Nice long words for everything. Lead ore, well, longish. Eh? Uranium ore. I know that's the meme item because it never gets used for anything. Yes, we'll call it the box of shame because I can. But this is better, right? I feel like that's the better option here. Okay. I suppose it is time to work more on the greenhouse I've been meaning to do for a while now. Again, procrastination. Oh god, yeah, I forgot I had all this to do still. Oh, bleh. Which means I also probably need an extra steel frame, right? Yeah, because this whole wall needs to move one over. And then we need an airlock out here. Okay. I don't... We don't have space for such shenanigans. I need to make a bit of room. And then make one steel frame. That's all that's going to be required for that, at least. I know that. And then maybe get rid of some, I don't know, bless you. So here's what I'm going to do, even though I didn't want to do this for a while, but yes. I will use all these plastic sheets right now. Up here. Then this should be the last time we have to do this in the base. I don't care enough about the glass to place that as well. I hate doing this in my base right now with the atmosphere already established. Probably have to pull pollutant out at some point soonish. But yeah, that brightens up the base up there a bit. I like that. That's why I wanted to do that. Good. Also cleans up a little bit here. Steel frame. Which means I need steel. Oh. Give, thank you. Steel frame. Steel sheets. I have 4 sheets, so that should be just enough. Actually, just spit all your rest out and go. And then we have the door kits, and then I can probably get this all sort of buttoned down. That'll do me. Right, where is my door? Right there. Well, that's where I'm intending to be, or where I am intending to you to be. You know, something like that. Thank you. Put you away, grab you, get, no, not you. You. Might as well grab some with rails, and yay, there we go, like. Next. Let's think about alignment here. I think, yeah, of course, because power connections. We'll run them in like this. And then I think you want... No, I don't actually like... I'm going to go for the other doors. Where is it? No, it's a wrench. Okay. Yeah, I like the composite doors, I think, more. Put you away, get some arc welding done with, I think, some plastic sheets. Then you want glass sheets and a wrench, crowbar, I mean. Then we'll force it open. Ha! That's what he said. God, Sebastian, why? What? Why? Um, Probably need some wall kits in that, but let's for now just. Ist die Revolution gegen den Strom. Sing auf die Straße. Das die Revolution gegen den Strom. Sing deine Lieder. Du bist die Revolution. Bit of a lag going on at the moment. Not sure if it's the server or if it's me and my machine. Revolution gegen den Strom. Sing eine Straße. Du bist die Revolution. Gegen den Strom. Sing deine Lieder. Auf den Ton. Du bist Notice. Nope. And then I can hopefully from here complete most of this. Okay, put you away now, glass. Okay, good. Thank you. I didn't want to fall down. I'm quite glad it was going like this. Put you away, get the glass sheets out because I can already start placing them right now. There we go. Right, so this is sort of our outline for the greenhouse. We'll need power in here and a few other things. Let me go and put you away. I want to finish off, if we can, our airlock. So glass sheets. It's a start. And then for now, what I'm going to want to do is probably something like this. Well, actually, no. Go out here. We have a bit of daylight. I'm going to do a bit of a spot of mining. Where's my mining backpack? I'm going to grab a whole bunch of oxide quickly, and we're going to start pressurizing that bit. Just bring it up to, like, I don't know, 30, 40 kilopascals, something breathable-ish. Because then I think I can start opening that, what do you call it, that tunnel I made. Although I probably want to be much closer to my normal pressure. We'll see. What am I doing, by the way? Um, no, I have technology. I have technology to see the oxides. This is awesome! Oh, this is actually fucking incredible having these. Like, seriously. Iron. Don't know what that is. Could be silicon. No, Si. So, yeah, silicon. Yeah, Si. And then lead. What's that done? Oh, that'll be volatiles, right? But wow, I love this. I love this a lot. Yes, I have enough oxide, I reckon. I'm so glad I did that. Making the super alloys, that's making me really, really happy. Right. I am thinking, if I'm being really cheeky, I'm going to do the following. We're going to go and close up all this. Yeah, it's sort of the blind hope of maybe rocket mining will be the thing, but all it really allows you to automate, from my perspective, okay, from what I've achieved so far. The only thing that is not automated for me right now is the ISIS, so that would probably be the thing that the rocket can do really nicely for me. Right, that's sort of the assumption there. And we're just gonna just gradually increase the pressure. I think I'm gonna drop something like 4 or 6 stacks in here. Yeah, gases and okay and liquids, but you know that's sort of the thing. Then it allows you to do the thing that you can't do really easily with deep mining and centrifuging. It sort of expands that part out, which is of course good. Um, but is it going to be game changing? Possibly, but I'm not going to pin my hopes on it. For me, game changing at this point, I don't think I'm looking for game changing. I'm just quite enjoying the journey through the technological, yeah, through the technologies and just figuring things out. That was still not enough, so more. Gonna have to open this one. And then one last time, jetpack in this atmosphere. Oh wait, I can't. Not like that. You need to do this. Right, okay, even just this. So we've got 20 kilopascals in here. It's not ideal. Yeah, okay, fair enough. There's probably got to be some metals that's got to be more rare and harder to get on certain planets, which is where the rockets again help you out. You know, but if I now go and do this, I can sort of cycle through these little bits. For now, I'm not even going to, you know, open it all up. I at the moment, I'm quite happy to just add more ice if I need to. And, you know, I feel like with the glasses, we can do that. But I do like what I've created there so far. Yeah. Again, you know, it's certainly enough to invest in and to look into to try and figure that out for sure. But ultimately, you know, it's just another part of the progression. Welcome in money as first. um, but you know, it still doesn't deter me from my journey. I'll be honest. Like for me, I'm still having tons of fun with just doing all the things and thinking about, oh, what else can I do in my base? You know, what else could I automate? What else could I script? That sort of thing. I'm really happy with that. Someone really excited there. Um, what was I? Oh yes, I was hunting for more oxide. So, and it should be. Let's go and walk a little distance, but it should be as simple as just putting on the glasses and looking for water ice. Woo!
Do that too.
Nitrites. That's what I'm assuming that is anyways. Carbon, so the coal here, nice. Iron. And here's my friend the oxide. Oh, ish. Nah, No. No. Right. I put on the wrong. That's also no. It's the mining backpack. That's what I want. So we go. Where we can be free. This is so awesome, knowing exactly what you're going for or where you're going for it. And then turn them off, and off we go. The only other thing that this needs is night vision. Hastily, did I ever make that? Silver, nickel, cobalt. I feel like I have. Maybe not. But yes, that would be the last thing to add. Did I ever close that door back there? I don't know. Let's go and check. Yeah, I did. Yes, I'm actually in here. This is fine. I imagine this is plenty of. Fuck it. We'll equalize these out slowly. I'm gonna just dump in like 4 more stacks in here. But we have to go back to Greenland. Working future stripe. Oh yeah. I like this actually a lot, sort of this whole access bridge system here.
Yeah.
And yeah, pressure is gonna just take ages probably to equalize out. Wait, am I seeing? Uh-oh. Are we venting air? 'Cause it certainly looks like it. Fuck. Space pack. No, not you. Not open you. Open you. Fuck. Of course I did. Are you kidding me? Actually, I forgot that many windows. Uh, that was not good. I'm glad I closed this. Get close. Yeah, I'm gonna have to add a bit more ice in this atmosphere just for a minute. Close you up again. Let me see now what happens. Let's try more. Looking for airflow errors. It seems like we're okay now. Yeah, I know. I know. It's always so obvious when you're done and not. But I think we're good now. I don't know if I trust it though. Okay. Yeah, so many things now to do for this greenhouse because I don't think I wanted to feed it off this power. What I could see myself doing is dumping down another 2 rows of panels, say over here somewhere, running them into their own battery and APU, and then running that into the base over there. No, of course not. It's super difficult for devs to do that. Did you not know that? This is why, we have to struggle. Yes. um, but it all comes, unfortunately, with this game. It's a hate-love relationship very, very, very quickly after I'm now 160 plus hours in, and very clearly is that I love the game, but there's so many little things where I'm like, ah, why? But this is fine. We'll struggle on. um, I mean, this is all actually still breathable-ish. Like, I can open my helmet here and not immediately die. So this is good because then I can work on this building sort of from the inside through this tunnel, and we can work on the outside just going through our normal airlock, and I've sort of established already a bit of a atmosphere. I'm quite happy with that. Now I want to look at. There must be other power gens that I can use that's not solar. Yes, I see you, Patch. What is it? Come see me. Hello, Patch. Come see me. What is it, boy? Huh? No one paying attention to you? Yeah, you know him. He never gets enough attention. Power connection. No, I'm looking actually for like generator. Is that maybe a word I need to look for? Turbine generator. Portable generator? No, for sure not. A gas fuel generator, okay, which means we would need to separate out the right gas and mixture for that. I don't feel like feeding it through coal. So what is this turbine thing, like the turbine generator? What is going on with that? Nothing much except for you exist. There must be. Okay, but is it then maybe that we need to make different fuels, or I understand there is no nuclear power, right? I mean, it's the fact that this exists is this the only kit pressure regulator needs not even that? So why would you show me that as a research result when I look for uranium? But it's completely useless. Apparently it creates pollutant from what I'm seeing here. By smelting certain metals. Excellent coolant. Unfortunately, it is extremely bad for organic beings, will severely damage the lungs of most carbon-based organisms. Yes. Except for finding pure pollutant ice, uranium is actually the best source of pollutant.
You're right.
Are you sure that the uranium I have right now can't be used if I was to smelt it? Because that's how I'm reading this. Pollutant is created when smelting certain metals. So I imagine if like we can probably try this out. I'm quite happy to actually vent out whatever product we have in the furnace after that. Right, go and let me do a thing here. But I figure if I was to go and Atmos. Probably need to look at when uranium smells. Doesn't need to be hot. Yeah, I could have been. I could have seen it as the better solution and for my CO2 cooling loop. Um, we're gonna just do an experiment, okay? I have uranium somewhere here. Right, so if I look at this furnace right now, let's actually probably heat it up and put something in it, pump some pressure in it.
Oh, break time.
Yep, I know. Quick experiments for science. And then we look at the Atmo here. Right, there's 14.2 moles of pollutant in there, and if I now go and do, apparently not that, but this. Now this could be that we're at low temperature or pressure even.
Enough. No.
And there's the pollutant is going up, but it doesn't disappear out of here, so it doesn't ever disappear, it just adds up in here. Oh, that's just, it's entirely useless. Like, what do you do with that shit then? Because you can't exactly void it. I haven't seen any voiding mechanism. Yeah, and he's just not getting rid of it. Okay. I mean, what do you actually... You don't even give me any...
No, not yet.
Yeah, there's no flashpoint, no heating point, no nothing. You can damage it in a superheated room or in storm. And that's it. But I can't even make pollutants directly out of uranium, it just remains. Putting that into the vent outside. I don't want that in my tank. But like, it's a really useless item that I need to now figure out how to fucking get rid of in the long term. I think I'm gonna just draw this all the way down as much as I can to vacuum. But it is my break time, and I'm actually way over my time. We'll just turn you off for now. And you, I will yeet. I don't want it. I don't want you no more. Get into a save room, and then I will take my break. And then we're gonna work on, I think, power generation for the greenhouse just through solar, APU, and all that. And yeah, if you like this sort of content, give me a like, a follow, a subscribe. I will be back in 3 to 5. We're gonna watch some ads over on Twitchland to make sure we get that sweet, no pre-roll experience. But with that, I shan't be long. And with that, we are back, everyone. So, yes, greenhouse. I am feeling like we're wanting to do the solar thing again. And I know that the data port will need to live there. Okay, so we are sort of limited in what we're doing in cabling, but it's fine. So we'll keep it there. One, and I think we can run them all together in a big bus up there. Right, somewhere up there I will even build a battery. No, I won't. No, I won't, because it wants a actual frame block, doesn't it? And we can't build those there. I could see myself building a battery stack out here, so we're gonna actually connect this all up, I think, with frames. I did notice I forgot about the outside walls there. But okay, this is actually good because I can now, as I say, run freely in between those two rooms and we can just start making things. You know what? Steel frames. Steel frames are going to need to be a thing anyways. Right. I don't know how many I need, but we could probably make a determination going outside and having a look. Apparently I'm thirsty. I'm also hungry. Oh God. Need to do another water run soon. And I have a cereal bar. I was going to say I should have that. And then while I'm outside, I probably want to also check on my wheat over on the other plot. Oh God, please don't. That was definitely the wrong slot to put in there. And what I think what I would like to achieve is to have a decent walking path here. So we might end up actually needing a stair and then 7, 8, 9 frames at the very least to get along here. 7, 8, 9. And actually then another staircase or I would need to rip these walls out first. But yeah, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That would sort of square that up. Thirteen, 14. Bring it all, bring the staircase one back. Yeah. So like 14 frames at the very least, something like that. Good. While we're here, I should have brought my empty water bottles. The scatterbrainness is real today, folks. I think I might actually take a break tomorrow from this game and then come back on Thursday. This is Tuesday, right? I don't even know my fucking days anymore. But yeah, the day after I come back with Stationeers, I think I'm just gonna take a break tomorrow with something chill, maybe some racing games. I don't know yet. I feel like a bit of Forza, maybe. I don't know. But yeah, my brain's been braining a bit too much, I think. uh, But I'll need to see how I feel in the morning. I might just end up being on here again. Who knows? Wouldn't put it past me. Huh? So let's go and grab the wheat seeds. Probably that's should be ready for us. Might as well do this. Goodness sakes, no. You go there and you go in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One was missed. That's 10 in there. Thank you. Huh? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 3, 4, 5. Good. Need to go in here quickly, change that over, like turn it into flour and maybe make some cereal bars. Oh no, turn this on. Okay, you're done. My God, that was a lot. I think we're gonna have to stacker some of this stuff up, right? Yes, we do. Gonna run this all through a stacker quickly. And following Smetanold's advice, I can make this basically any max size on the stacker, it doesn't matter, because the oven itself will only accept stacks of 50 at a time. So do like so and so. Oh, sure. There was some steel left over here. Sure, sure, sure. Of course, I will have a better solution for that in the future. But now we have 170-gram packet of flour, which means we can make 3 cereal bars and have 20 left over. Like so. Open, grab that, put it away. Thank you. Next lot. Put that away and put the next lot in. Thank you very much. That was actually very convenient to do. Thank you. And I think I'll just take them with me. Fuck it. Put them in the other storage over there, where I'm actually, you know, more hanging around. And living, I should say. You. And off we go. And then I said about 14 frames. I'll probably make a few more, and then I'm also missing steel sheets and some cleaning up to do there. Sure. Yeah, we'll definitely need more ice in the future though. We've only got about 56 kilopascals, I think, all over. It sort of seems to have properly equalized now out to that level, which is nice, but you know we're going to need more, of course. But this is good, then let's print frames. Oh, coffee, coffee, coffee. Uh, it's rolled. Go lie down. Let's go lie down. Ah. Go lie down. Not listening today. That should be the last one, but I'm gonna go probably for some extras, because why not? Yep. Yep. Go and put that steel in there. Perfect. Sheets of the steel. We'll need at least 30, so that means we need to see a number of 45 up there at least. So I shan't need glass sheets anymore at the moment. We'll need wall kits and more plastic sheets for sure. As a matter of fact, I think I want you down here. I need to get better at my inventory management for sure. I'll say we put you there. Something like that, maybe. Yeah. Also, I need to quickly check one thing before we go and lay any heavy cables up there. 44 should be on its way now, and this should be 45. Eject. For now, thank you. Put them together with that. Right, which actually we're going to need to make space first because I will need you, and then I will need plastic sheets.
Howdy doody do. Looky-loo at this novice who slap him with some biddies and make his day ditty.
Hey Nicole, welcome in. Welcome in. Yes, Deathpool, you're not wrong, Deadpool. I mean, I can do that. I have a fresh copy. Ah, how you doing anyways today? Right. First off, you're going to have to remove this because this was all wrong and shit, but it's fine. We'll fix it up. We'll fix it up in post or in editing. One of the two. That fell. This is why I'm building all this now. So put you away. Yes, I like. I knew the coffee was coming anyways. But sure. Welcome in. Hope you're doing all right. And I will need you. It seems like I've dug myself a hole. See what I did there? I know, it was terrible. Oh, I got home from work. Glad you got then. I got home then, and I reckon, right? And then I think I will come actually out with you there because I would have you sitting across here. This is going to be our nice walking path. If I can make that happen without me getting lost in the hole that I dug myself. And perfect. Oh, for fuck's sake. uh, 9 comes to mind. Just 9. And then I'm thinking actually just, frame here, frame here. Put the kit of ladders back right there. And then I'm going to want to build another one of those. God, also I need now you and you. That's nicer. No, it does not. Yes, I see the battery blinking at me. It's fine. I'm not. See, this is why I'm glad I left the charger outside because I can just run up here and fuck. I've only got a wireless one now. Might just be enough to get this there. Yeah, I know. But it is what it is. Phone? And the battery pack, of course. Can't forget that. That should now complete it. Yep. This is fine, and then we need to have a staircase to bring us down here and bring us into the same sort of level. Let's see what we can do. Needs more walls as well, and apparently I may have actually enough steel sheets for what I'm thinking. Let me in. Let me in. What was I here for? I forgot. Oh yeah, stair kits. Maybe 2 even. Ooh. Yeah. Is it iron and copper or just iron? Let's stairs. It's just iron. So let's make 2 of those. And then we're gonna have to print off a lot of fucking solar panels. And a good battery. I want a big battery for that part of the base as well. Right. Matter of fact, thank you, because I think the rest of this is going to come out of the other printers. But basically, I've now got it so that I have my helmet open, right? And I can walk straight into my greenhouse area. It is fully enclosed. We have equal pressure in both areas. It's not ideal because I'm doing all the air conditioning for both rooms in just one room. Of course, we're going to have to work on that. But you know, this is sort of just we can walk through and work on both rooms equally, and I can just go out through my normal airlock as needed. And if I was to get locked into this room, I can still close all the little hatches and not lose any big amount of pressure, really. We'll probably lose a little bit of vapor, but it's nothing like venting the entire base out. I think that's what we're going to end up doing. So I can walk up here. Yeah. Baldur's Gate 3, I know, recent update. I don't even have it. So it's one of those games that has always sort of interested me, but I just don't see myself getting fully immersed in it. Nope. No. I never did actually have it. Well, I've played a copy. And like, okay, character creation, cool. You get into the storyline, and then by the time I got halfway through the mind flayers in the very beginning, I was like, I was bored. It didn't grab me as I wished it would have. I can see the appeal, but I don't know. It never did that. Grab me by the wrist and never let me go. I feel like there was too much reading going on. That's a terrible thing to say. I like pretty pictures, what can I say? And I feel like this is sort of a problem with a lot of RPG games. The minute you look at, say, Neverwinter Nights, that sort of thing, these RPG games, they become very much in depth about your character, but I feel like you tend to get lost on the actual gameplay because you're focused too much on what your character is supposed to be spec'd at. And I never really get that sort of enjoyment out of RPG games on the computer. Give me a D&D table any day, and I'm like, yeah, sweet. Right, is that what it is? It's just the intro, really, that I don't want to say painful, but yeah, boring maybe. Right, electronics printer. Like, let's actually do a count here. I am up here. I need at least, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 26 solar panels. My God, that's gonna be expensive alone. Ah, God, I may need to copy the solar IC stuff once over because I might get network problems otherwise. Yeah, but you know, for me, these sort of games, they offer themselves to trying to investigate every nook and cranny, and there was just very little to make that worthwhile in the intro. Yeah. So solar panel, gold, copper, steel. Let's do some mathing here quickly, right? Uh, and I will actually go and write a bit of, just so I know what's going on here. We have 5 grams of gold. We need 20, so that's 100, 130 grams of gold. Yeah, fair enough. Then 20 grams of copper, so that's 400. I'm not going to break my brain today. Nope. Yeah, that's good though if you have that ability, you know, or that possibility in the game. So we need 520 grams of copper. My God. And if I do that same thing again, 26 times 15, that brings me 390 grams of, what's that, steel. Okay, I don't think we have anywhere near enough for any of this. If I'm being honest. Yeah, we're short on steel. We are definitely short on copper. And also definitely short on gold. But not by too much, actually. It's not too terrible. Copper is the biggest lot, but even that would be fairly quick. And then what we'll do is we'll just quickly smelt all that material in one go. Yeah. And that's another one that always gets me with the RPG games is having to take care of the other members of the party. It's becomes too much for me. Like for me to just focus on, I'll be honest, that's sort of another one. I need 400 grams of steel. If I just open this and just stick it over here, this should work, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I believe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Yeah, it's this is actually just something that I've always had. I've tried to play like stealth games that rely you to command multiple people. Can't do it. I have enough problems coordinating myself, as it were. Um, Copper is going to be what 520 grams, so make it 600 grams. That's going to be 12 stacks. I'm not even going to be able to store all that. So I think I'm going to do the gold quickly first. So for 130 grams of gold, I need basically uh, 3 stacks. One, two, three. Let's just do things maybe at a time, one at a time here. So that's sort of the easy one. Oh, get in there. Uh, that's when this base was not protected from storms, and I had done the eject cycle once. The gold got all spilled out and got jostled around. However, I have actually automated that today. It is now running all on a chip, as you know. You know, it's ejecting right now, by the way. One of the recyclers was full. And there's the iron ore icon. That may have been too soon. I think I may need a longer wait there for that to work properly, but okay. That is at least, proving that the system works. Um, Thanking you. Let's make steel next. But yeah, I had a few damaged ores because of wind in the bottom here. Gonna probably have to add more pressure and heat to that in a minute. Did I add too much? Two. I added one too many irons. So I will need 2 more iron and 1 more copper. Hey, come here. It's fine. Mistakes may have been made. And then we're going to add a bit more pressure and heat here as well. Yeah. So 500 is definitely the maximum stack size for ingots. Interesting to know that. And that'll just stay at temperature because I need to do also now a lot of copper, right? We have gold, 150 grams. I have 600 grams of copper. Sorry, that was steel. No, it's steel I made 600 grams of, but now it's 600 grams of copper I need to make. Fair enough. Can't complain then. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Like free iron, basically. Can't complain. Bless you. Okay, still working on it. I think that's all the copper now. It's got to probably produce a bit more than I intended, but it's fine. Yeah, the delay is real, yeah. It's really hard to judge that. Huh. I think that's all the copper we're going to get out of that. Thank you. Go and evacuate the atmosphere into the tank again, please. And then it's again my break time. My God, it's just flying by today. Give me... Yeah, go, catch. You really should, but I have actually plans for that as well. I've been thinking about how to improve my furnace setup, and I can see at least a setup where you can dial in a temperature, hit enter, and it'll just add your gases. And then make sure as it's building up too much pressure, it would maybe, vent it off and that. But let me go and deposit all this copper, steel, and gold that we've just made. But I love how that system is actually working. Right now, obviously working. Oh no, wait. I think you're on, right? No, you're not. You're on dirty ore. I don't know. I got something wrong, maybe. I don't know. In. I think this is the biggest lot of ingots I've ever fed in there yet. And I'm gonna just hit print. I'm going to keep an eye on it, but if you like this sort of content and you want to see more of it, give me a like, a follow, a subscribe. I will be back in 3 to 5. We're going to watch some ads over on Twitch land, make sure we get that sweet, sweet no pre-roll experience over there. And with that, I shan't be long. And with that, I am back. So, we have printed all of 5 of them. Sure. I might want to look into the cabling as well, which, yeah, sensor processing unit. I don't imagine I have done anything up there. Like, there's there's no line running up there. And I should probably start wondering about the data and all that up there. Let me... Wait, we have to do weird things. Yeah, I remember. You're the data lines. Actually, I can probably do the same there. Just feed the data onto that one. Like, let's actually grab some cable, and when we have enough to just go out there and check. And maybe start laying out some of it. I'm going up here. We could probably even make something to come over here and have direct access. Right. We made our own APU up here. I don't even think I needed to do this necessarily, but I did for powering this chip. And I may just end up doing the same over here, right? APU to power that chip, and then it can derive data from the solar. I feel like, well, here's the thing. I want the power somewhere else, though, don't I? Yeah. Well, we're gonna probably end up using another IC chip for that. I think I will actually leave this system alone and build a new one for it. Yeah, I think that's actually the better choice. So I need to first figure out where I want the battery, I think, for it. They would run power over there. Frame right there. Right there. Right? Just stick the battery on there and then feed it into an APU over there. Yeah. Oop. Not what I wanted. Yes. Keep the system separate if I want to make it work like that. Probably easier anyways then. How many? I think we're gonna just make one row for now. If that makes sense. So you're still working on the 12th one. I think we're gonna just place 13 for now, one row, get them hooked in. Obviously print out the other things that we're gonna need for that. And that should do us to at least get it set up and started. So one more now. Come on. Come on. Perfect. That's enough. Then I need at least an APC or area power controller. Sorry. You need a bit of solder. I can do that. Right. Solar panels. Area power controller, IC housing, and an IC chip. Yeah. Actually, no, I don't even need that. I can literally just get the data fed into the other line. Yeah. Actually, I can just area power controller now. We're gonna go find the battery. Large battery kit. Electrum, silicon, and stellite. Electrum. Stellite. And I forgot the other one. I think it was silicon. Which begs the question. Excuse you. Have you got silicon in you? No, you do not. Do you? You're not in possession of it. Okay. Sure. I need more silicon. That's just how that goes. Uh, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Sure. Oh, of course it is. Why did you roll all the way over there? I don't know, but it's fine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I feel there's one missing. Where did you fucking go? What in the... Oh, we have reagent mix in here. I mean, sure, I can easily stick that back down in the other bit, but no, seriously. Oh, hello. Stick you on, get some gas already put in, and we're gonna feed you silicon to eat. That's probably enough. Yep. Thank you. Evacuate. Thank you. This is probably good enough. Now I keep forgetting the reagent mix. What do you do with it? Into the centrifuge, okay. And then I want 2 more chutes up here in the near future, where one's going to be labeled recycler, one's going to be just centrifuge input, right? Where I can stand from here and just dump stuff in there and have it run through that cycle down there. You're done. You're stuck in that state again with your Constantan. So here's what I like to do for that. We're going to let you spin up. I want you full up at 100 ripens. It's a bit of a bug. I don't know if it's in my code or if it's just because I ended up with this 0.5 Constantan. It's a bit of a pain. Which means I would probably need to recycle something to make that work again. Because you'll never eject 0.5s. Come on. Because I reckon if I turn you on, you're gonna just eject again, right? Yeah. Let me check one more time. The centrifuge not of any. Nah, there's no memory that I can access and actually say, hey, you know, how many ribbons are you running at? That would be the ideal thing, but it's just not. That's just not going to happen. But fine. And otherwise, I'm going to need to find 0.5 grams of Constantan and have that recycled somehow. I don't know how that's going to work. It's going to be filters probably I stuck in there. But let me see once this is running at full speed, because then it doesn't, it's not an error state. Right? Be almost easier to tear this thing down and build it again. Like, ignore that Constantan existing, so to speak. Right. Deconstruct. Hand drill. Keep the steel sheets there. And then a crowbar. Okay, I don't mind this. Because we can easily say, hey, thank you. And thank you. Wait before I place that down, probably. Skadoosh. Steel sheets. And I imagine maybe a welder? No, wrench. And then a welding torch, finally. Centrifuge 1. Confirm. And you're just going to run now, right? You're not, there's not going to be an error state. That Constantan has been voided for all intents and purposes. And then you're going in here. Bush. So maybe we would need to make sure that this output is always just full grams or something. I don't know. But at least it's now fixed. It's good. I don't have an issue here. We can close this. We can leave all this alone. Yeah, I don't think I'm wanting to aim for lossless. For me, just somewhat automated, preset the temperature and pressure and let it draw in the ingredients. Right. Right, that's now fixed. We are not ending up in that state anymore. I now need to probably print a whole bunch of like cables and what have you not. Mostly heavy cables, I reckon. Right, that'll do. Um, I think I'm going to do the heavy cable first. That makes it easier for me to figure out what I'm doing. So cable coil, heavy, print. Gonna need at least 13 to make the slide connection, then 4 in between each. So there's gotta be a lot involved here. Did we ever print that? There's an APC, solar panels. I did not print the battery because yes, I was missing silicon. That's true. Also, I'm going to need glass panels. There's enough glass panels there. Oh, that's perfect. I love it. Can get a lot of this built straight away, sort of in one big operation. Nice. God, these batteries take ages to print, but yes, it's fine though. In my fantasy. And then I think one of the next things we're going to have to figure out is basically how to work with something like a dial. Right, that's going to be another thing that we're going to have to figure out somehow. Hey, my username is gone. Welcome in. No, I haven't got green leafy things in this particular base, but I'm working towards it. As a matter of fact, I'm right now setting up the power infrastructure for it. Welcome in, my friend. How are you? I'm right now printing off a large base battery, which, yeah, they are big and large and expensive, but it's fine. We have all the materials. Just some prints take longer than others. Thank you. Just the one. Right, you come with me. I think you have build stages. Station battery large. What is your steel sheets and two electronic parts? Let's go and make them. I'm glad I did this right now. And steel sheets is also going to have to be a thing. Okay. And I imagine the steel's on there. Okay. Here's what we'll do. We'll do the big old eject. Yeah, that was a lot of ingredients in there. But then go over here. Thank you. Yes, this is my new base. This is my bigger and better base. I've tried to really give myself a lot of space. I've made it a bit more light. There's one big array of 28 solar panels on this side, feeding basically this entire base and what's happening down here. I've automated a whole bunch of stuff. Yeah. Oh yeah. Watch. I'll give you a tour. I'll give you a tour as we're heading towards the full build. Basically, what I did, this whole base actually started out in the cellar. And what I mean with that is it started out with literally this shaft and this elevator, right? Where we essentially have a deep miner that goes down to bedrock and just gets what's called dirty ore, and then we need to run it through centrifuges to spin out the actual nice ores, right? Now, I've done automation on that today where we basically check these centrifuges, right? When one of them errors out, it will go and hit that eject, spit out all its materials, right? So this is how it started, and then it will spit out its materials. We go up, and you see the big chute going up here, right next to us. That's literally where the material goes right through. And then, so now this part down here is all unpressurized because I didn't really care for my much unattended area to need pressure or gas or like oxygen. But then as the items get spat out, this all turns on, which is a sorter here. This one, like, for example, gets iron ore sorted out, which ends up in this chute. This stacker then makes sure that we get the maximum size of stack into the silo that is standing right here, right? And so I have a silo for each material, right? And then when I need something, I just go and hit the eject like I did here, and I push the power button once and it ejects the item out for me. I then have a smelter set up over here, and this is a whole different, another level of complex where we're storing gases for the furniture actually in a big tank out here. This thing basically holds hot pressurized gas, which we can then use to feed into this furnace and smelt any material we want. We feed in normal material in here, like the ores, and the ingots come out here, right? Now, if I need fresh gas because I haven't basically lost a bit of heat or pressure over time, you know, laws of thermodynamics are real in this game, I keep saying. What I do then is I feed in the two ices into these two machines that melt it, and then feed it into the tank here. So this tank here holds oxide, basically an oxygen gas, and then something, what's called volatiles. Imagine something like methane, you know, something that can burn is in this tank. And then in here gets mixed at the right ratio into the furnace to produce new fresh hot gas, which I can then say on demand, hey, I don't want to vent it out into atmosphere, which is this position. I want it in the tank. So if I hit that switch, it then gets dumped into the tank if I output. And this is how I define whether I want it from that tank that's at the back, the big one, or whether I want from the fresh supply that's stored in these tanks. And I have, of course, numbers here telling me how much oxide and volatiles I have, how much is in the big tank, and then I'm looking at the chamber around the furnace is completely enclosed to keep temperature in, making sure that that pressure is sort of where it needs to be, and then furnace temperature and pressure. So I get nice digital readouts of everything. And yeah, at the moment we're doing green leafy things, and for that I am laying new power. So let's go and get started on that. As a matter of fact, I maybe want to put the battery down first. Can we? No, I need my jetpack for that. And then we'll need to turn you, because the power is going to come in from there somewhere. Sure. You needed. Oh, I forgot steel sheets. But that's fine. I can finish that in a minute. We go up here. And so the reason I've got all this enclosed is because on Mars there are storms that damage the solar panels. Now you could build heavy solar panels which are a lot more expensive and are protecting more against the storms, but you can also just do this. Right, and then I have a bit of logic running here in a chip that essentially aligns these solar panels. Right, for now, let me actually grab a bunch of these. And it's not that one, I want that one. Wait. This alignment is super important. Nope. Uh-huh. And the last three, I hope. I hope I counted this right. But yeah, this game has me definitely by my balls, and it doesn't intend to let go anytime soon. Right. Now we're going to start laying some cables. And I'm going to need some wire cutters for that. And I will turn on my sensor lenses so I can see clearly what's going on. I can see clearly now the cable may be wrong. Right. One. Sort of easiest if I do this first, I think. Build all the corner pieces. And then we can just connect it with the straight pieces afterwards. Nope. Right. I want to end up coming out here. So we'll basically have a nexus of cables coming in here. Like so. And all that wall. There is that aching bar hearts and bones. So basically the next piece is that to bring this all in. And you have to worry about even wattages. Like if you draw too much power through a cable, it will burn out. If you use the wrong type of cable, it will burn out. You know, things like that. This complexity is insane. I love it. Yeah. Okay, I need more heavy cable now. That's gonna need printed. So off. But it can go in here. And now the reason I have all these doors and different walls is to make it stormproof. Like, because the storms, even in this enclosed buildings, if I don't do it right, would jostle and everything about. So. Come what may, we hold our heads up to the sky and know that we will never die. As long as Odin's on our side. So more heavy cable are required. Many more heavy cables are required, as a matter of fact. Might as well go and grab the steel sheets I need. Oh, that would require steel. Nope, I went right past it. And I think I'm gonna actually have, how many more blocks do I need? But look over there, can we 1, 2, 3 blocks. So frames, I mean. That would be at least six steel sheets plus. How many do we need for this? Another 4, so at least 10 need to be printed. So that's going to be enough, but I'm wanting some extras. Okay. Frame, steel, print, 2 more. I have already one on me, so why not use it? Okay, and you only have steel in you, and I don't think I want to go and change that right now. We're gonna just leave you. You give me your gold and copper. Give me your gold. Search recipe, cable, heavy, print. I should have done a reset, but it's fine. We'll just print a random amount. But you know, here's basically the plan for the greenhouse. So I've done this sort of thing where we have the ability to normally have ourselves enclosed. We can separate atmospheres, right? And I think ultimately that's what's going to have to happen because the plants require a slightly different atmosphere than what I do. Um, but for intents of manual, or for intents and purposes of maintenance and whatever, I can go over here, extend the access bridge out. I found that so cool as a concept, and then walk into my new greenhouse. And it will probably have robotic arms that do the harvesting and seeding themselves, because why not? And then essentially I will have a proper functioning airlock over here as well, so we can enter the base from both sides, but from independent power sources, because that's sort of why I'm setting up the power the way I am at the moment. But yeah, the power is going to arrive here in this battery and then end up in what's called an area power controller. Like now. I think I actually want the other one. Right, this thing gets fed with a battery, and then next time round I'm coming here. But we feed in the power from the battery in here, and it then comes out here as a different network. This is essentially why you use area power controllers to separate out your power networks, but you could also and should use transformers. I haven't got there yet and haven't really looked into it, but so far I've got away with it by just separating out every floor on its own. So like the silo and and the silo stuff, the silo and centrifuge stuff runs off one area power controller, and the upper floor runs off another one. So it should be fine. I am apparently thirsty. So yeah, thirst and hunger are a thing. Hygiene is a thing a little bit. You basically just need to take your suit off every so often. Oh, you're empty. Dance with me. I think that's enough cable, by the way. Let's go and do eject on you. So you're going in that slot. Like so. Okay, better put the suit back on if we're going out. I think that'd be helpful. Close the helmet, that would be good too. Yeah, absolutely. Right there. There. Can we cheese that one in there? Okay. Fine, 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 fine. I will weld this one up. If you insist, I will. I was gonna say, some server lag going on, and I might need to do a restart later on. But I wanted actually my being able to escape after the base may shut down sorted first. I had that every time I restart the server, somehow my power grids are shut down. So I didn't want that anymore. Yes, steel sheets you wanted. I think you wanted welding in. And then we'll put that away, we put you away, we now go and grab these and the screwdriver. And that should be it. Come on. Yes, station battery. Oh nah, oh nah, nah, where's the fucking switch? Are you kidding me? Is it? Where is the switch before I go on and do anything silly? Okay, you know what? You're not gonna let me add that, right? I don't want to deconstruct it. I want the fucking switch that I'm not seeing letting you. I will let go of a little bit of vapor, but I'm trying to be really quick about it. We should be fine. The game's being really laggy right now. I do apologize. As much as I hate this, but I'm gonna have to pop that window out. Okay, you're closed. Okay, not nice to do that, but okay, we've got it on. That's all it matters. The rest I can do now in cabling. And then because I sort of have these ceilings or the ceiling ability, I'm not going to lose any pressure in my main base, which is at least something. 38 cable, is that even going to be enough? I feel like probably not, but we'll try. And yeah, Bonnie's singing in the room. And this is why sensor lenses, so I don't have to rip everything apart and we can just start laying more cable. Make sure we have that shape at least in. here's the thing, if I'm not mistaken, I can just feed off that same data line. Because we're only caring about the data on there, and this thing is already powered. Right? And we're feeding the power actually into a APC back there. God, that actually sounds almost too easy. Yep, it just works and nothing blew out. Okay, yeah, this is a big win actually. I wasn't sure if I got away with that or if that would be treated as a different network, but no, it's letting me do it. Oh, come on. Let me in there. And they're all now gonna just align themselves. Oh, that's fucking awesome. I probably don't have enough cable for this. I can almost guarantee it. But I can easily now go and at least put these in. Turn use off for a minute. Okay, one connection isn't right here. I have a feeling I know what's happened there. I haven't finished that T-junction properly. Yeah, see, I was wondering about that. Bush. But, you know, to be fair, I need more. So we're going to print off a few more of those panels. Why not? They're not panels, cables. Nope. Ding, 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 ding. I love this. Cable. More heavy cable coil is required. Go. Oh, we did an eject, didn't we? Yes, yes, we did. Let me go and then be consequent about it and do it here too. Put you away, pick you up. Print. And actually just use all of that. Because I think we've got like another 500 grams each. Although, maybe not in copper, actually. Gold, I mean. Oh, we should. No, actually. But yeah, yeah, it's fine. It's all. Right, and then once we've hooked all of them up, we still need to then bring the cable down and along. And then to go into the battery over there somewhere. Ah, there, yes. Keep printing. Nope, might as well open my helmet. Oh, bless you. Yes, but I'm very happy that the data connection just worked like that, and I can just feed the power back into that other base without ever having to worry about feeding too much in these batteries. Gesundheit, my goodness. You okay there? Yeah, I might as well just get rid of that last bit of copper because I know there's at least 500 grams still somewhere in that vending machine. And there's a storm coming. Yes, of course there is. Bevor es zu spät ist. Great. Come on. I might as well just wait for that the last 6 cables there. That may actually be enough to get us over there and even possibly hooked into the APC. Bitte rette mich, Werk. Bevor es zu spät ist, rette mich, Werk. I should be okay going up there because that is all fairly stormproof. It's just the outside building is going to be interesting. Uh, Werk. Rette mich, Werk. I might not even get over there, actually. My goodness. Barely getting this laid with the cable to have. I think that was the last one. Yep. Yeah. This is fine. They're all not aligned. While I can, jetpack me over here. And then we can just stand on here and hope for the best. Oh yeah, this is I think what I'm needing. I have a normal line running here. I cannot under no circumstance cross that or like interact with it. Okay, no, that's fine. Then we'll come up one sooner than I thought I would. This doesn't look right. There's one. There's the other, and there's the last connection. It's not a 5-way corner for sure, but yeah, this. Boom. Nope. And I might actually be better off right now to just turn these off. And then we need more cable to drop it down there. Um, but this is good. Actually, it is my break time, so why don't I go and wait out the storm during the break? Because it's gonna come any minute now. I have a feeling, right? We're still saying it's coming. It's not here yet. So more heavy cable required more gold. So that's not the question. Did I actually use up my gold? If so, I'm going to make more before the break. Feels like it. No. No, there was more gold. Oh no, it was copper, wasn't it? It was copper had run out. Also, there's more gold. Go and give me that as well. I find it highly unlikely that we ran out of copper after printing, after making hundreds of grams of it. Yes, there. Turn you on. Yep, electro printer, please. And then hairy cables. How does that look now? Yeah, this time you would be running out of gold. So I will go on a break. If you like this sort of content, give me a like, a follow, a subscribe, and I will be back in 3 to 5 minutes. We're going to watch some ads over on Twitchland. Make sure we get that sweet, sweet no pre-roll experience, of course. And I will keep an eye on the amount of cables printed, so we're not ending up with hundreds of them. But you know, a few may be required. But we could end up with potentially 120. I don't think that would be. Oh, no, not 120. 50 maybe. Anyways, I shall see you all very soon. And with that, I am back, and we have 50 cables. I'm hurrying up. I might just get away with just jet suiting myself up there before the storm actually starts in full earnest. Although I doubt my chances are that good. May have waited a little bit too long, and then it's going to be... Although, we can probably do something with the stairs I build. Let's see. Because we did bring it along already quite a bit here. Nah, we're not far enough. So, we need to be here. And then we're going to do this so I can see what the shit is going on with them. That makes it easier. Yep. Right, I think we want to quickly lay this out. Where are we coming in? And then I think I want to bring it up here. Like so. Nicely in the wall. And I think if I go and do this in a C, then that'll quite nicely let us, hopefully, give me nice things.
No. You want me to play with it? You play with it.
And we are having charge in there, slowly but surely. It's now obviously needing to be daytime for that to properly happen, but this is good. A lot of the work can now happen inside. Like a lot of the external work is now not super important. I can do this from here. Makes me actually very happy. And then we're gonna bootstrap an entire greenhouse rather than ripping out the old one. I want to keep that base there, okay? I've said it before, I will say it again, mostly actually for, you know, new people joining, to at least have a place to be safe and get their bearings. Simple as that, really. Oh yeah, we are definitely in a storm now. But we are safe from the storm, that's sort of the important thing. And then I think I want to continue with feeding this straight into the APU or APC. I always mix it up with the plane thing. You know, and planes have APUs, the game has APCs. There's a difference. One there, one there. Is that the right orientation? No, it's not. There. And then if I turn this one on, did I build the wrong APU here? Give me a hand drill. No, it's definitely this one. This power goes in and goes through. Yes, in this case, this is why my mistake. I always mix it up with the plain thing, which is the auxiliary power unit, whereas in Stationeers, this is the area power control. But I can easily also see it translated as area power unit. So, yeah. I almost feel like they should have just left it as an APU, then it's sort of more common under the techie guys, but I don't know about that. But somehow you're telling me that cabling is not correct or complete. One of the two. I'm not sure which of the two I fucked up. Open this, turn you on, and you're just not. Is it because we have no power draw? Let us. We're gonna want lights in here anyways, right? I figure. So I'm going to want to build a few electronic things. So let's get rid of our suit. We don't need it right now. Like literally, nope. Take a load off. Electronics printer. I need for the green. Pink is 8 grow lights for the green thing. Right. So yes, there is 2 lights I want. I want lights that turn on the base, like right here, right in this room, right here, right. These lights, they come on as I enter the room. Like I can literally go in here and, but off. I want those, but I also want grow lights. And the way I'm going to do that is basically I'm going to look at the daylight sensor, look at solar radiance. The minute solar radiance is more than 0, so during daytime, I'm going to turn on the grow lights, because here's the thing. They want nighttime, they also want daytime, and ideally you would want to look at every single plant and individual times, but that's for future set. For now, we're going to keep it simple. First, I want lights just to be able to see like I am in here, if that makes sense, right? For that, I need a few things. I'm going to need a sensor kit. So iron, gold, copper, I can give you those. Iron, copper, wait. So yeah, built me a sensor kit. It's for an occupancy sensor. Right, then you're gonna print me off just some light kits actually. Grow lights come later. I'm not gonna worry right now about all the green stuff. I want the room built first. And then, by the way, we can't grow anything yet anyways, because we're too low on pressure and all sorts of things, so that's probably gonna be a next time thing. How many lights did you make? 2 at the moment, so let's 4 lights, something like that. Also just make me some more actual cable coil. Go and lie down. Go on, lie down. Not time yet. Good boy. So yeah, we're going to need some normal cable coils to hook all this up, and I'm going to need to pick up some logic units, but we have spares, so I'm not printing them. So if I go and check right in here, we have, I only need 2, so I'm going to grab those. Light kits, cable coil, enough. No need patch. No need at all. Right, and then proximity, no. Occupancy sensor. Yeah, Actually, wait, no, I don't like that positioning. Because we can hide the cable better if I do this, maybe. Then the light kits, I think I want to just, maybe here? One there. Say one there. And then I want to do the same on the other side. And that may not be enough, but it might just provide enough lighting to sort of fill up the room with some passive stuff. Like logic stuff. I'm going to do that down here. So we're going to get a logic readout to read in the occupancy sensor and the logic writer, actually a batch writer, for those lights. Right, we're going to go and just bring this down. Bring it down. Right, that's for that connection, and then we're going to need to actually hook this all up into these. Oh, I need wire kit cutters to make that work. Nope, up there. Something like maybe this, and then we can complete those loops. One there. This is actually a straight that I just need to bring in there. But I don't see any. Nope. Well, you're still not technically taking power, that's fine. Nothing. Ooh, yes. I need a battery. Do we have a large battery here? Although I just need a small one, really. It doesn't really matter. It's just so the APU isn't blinking at me weirdly. Because we have that big base app battery actually filling us, so, you know. Heat that in there. No. Perfect. Right. I need to hook at least one light up before any of this works, so we need to print more cable. And then I think one of the next things to do in there is water management. So I would probably just put in an ice crusher and, you know, somehow put it into a water tank where we can store a bunch of water. Zeig dich nicht. But no, so far so good. This is actually making me really happy how we've made a bit of progress today. We've made a bit of automation progress. Like, I don't think I ever have to worry about ores again. So say thank you for now. Just give me them. Let's see if we can get the lighting hooked up just now. Okay, that would be something cool. And we can literally just drag it from there. Don't even need to bring it up or anything, just... Yep. Zeig Oh, come on. Massing of cables is sometimes annoying, I will be honest, but it's fine. There's mods for that, but since we're playing on a server, I feel like not doing that necessarily. And the idea is actually to drag it all the way around over to there, because then I don't need to do anything to interfere with this door, and we can do the airlock logic just based off of the cable running along there. So I like that idea actually very much. Right? Bush. No. Now comes the next part. We're gonna just hook this up quickly, which is we're going to read in the occupancy sensor activates status, which should now be 1, right? We take in that logic reader and we write out to all the wall lights they're on state. If I push the right buttons. Bush, and they came on. And if I now go and leave the room, they go off. Hurrah! That's that. That is a win for automation. We're going to need so much more cable is unreal. Off to printing we go. Print. And then I want to be really judicious with the grow lights, and I may actually end up automating that part sort of straight away, looking at which plant I'm growing in which hydroponics section sort of thing. But I think all in, this has actually been very successful today. This switch can obviously completely go, really. Unless maybe I want to read it for... Like, I can move it down to this section and have it be an interrupt handling for the output things. Although I don't really need it. It seems to work quite well, actually, the way it's working at the moment. I'll observe a bit more and see if I'm not happy with the behavior, if I want to change it. But that switch could then theoretically just go. Go and do an eject, please. Nope. I missed the hole. Almost. And then I'm just gonna drag the straight line along here. Oh. It's probably still not enough by the looks of it. Jeez. Okay, now. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4 cables are needed. But I think also more lights. Like 2 more. light kits, if I just look at wall light, the kit light is iron, copper, silicon, so let's just grab all that in one go, because I know I need iron anyways. Oh, it was silicon. And copper, I think, was the last one, right? There's 4, but I need like 6 cables to actually make the extra connections then. But I'm going to grab some extra just to have it down in that slot. Hate that slot being empty. And then light kits. One and a 2. Thank you. It is no nice division here. Unless I am willing to accept it on the window. Why not? Fuck it. I think that one's actually the wrong way around, possibly. Yes, it is. Of course it is. Because I didn't pay enough attention there. Oh, for fuck's sake, that's the wrong thing. Do these first. Because I just need to hit the C button to align that. Nope. Right, and then there's only one more straight cable required over here to make that all work. Now you see that the lights aren't changing. That's because the state hasn't changed for the logic to do anything. So, you know, them all on. And yeah, we want one there, right? Yeah, Meister. Actually, 2, one each side. I think that's what I'm going to do. So iron, copper, silicon again. Come on, silicon. And copper. Just give me them. You're not dancing. Have a drink. Okay. Means I'll just drag it all the way from there. Fuck it. Was ist das? Jägermeister. Und eins for you. Zum Mittag, zum Zittag. Zack, zack. Wunderbar. More cables are required. I should have probably counted, but we'll just print a random amount of. Also hunger? You don't like Jaeger? Fuck you. Right? At least I had enough cables this time. That makes a difference. Makes a change. And then, you know, leave. Enter. And I might actually do another occupancy sensor on the other side, just in this hall, feeding into the same data line, and then run it through a logic gate and say whether that one is occupied or this one is occupied. Something like that. So that by the time I sort of enter, say here, it would then turn off there. And maybe that would include this hallway as well. Right? Basically have this OR gated, this room OR gated between the sensor in this hall and this sensor, so that when I get into this hall, it would then turn that one on already. And also have a hall light in here. I think that's going to have to happen. That turns on just on its own with just a single logic reader writer thing. But something like that, you know, to make it a little bit smarter and more friendly as you're approaching the room already lights up sort of thing. But for now, this is good. I like it. Stop doing that, please. But you know, for now, this is a good approach on getting this room sorted. I now need probably to find us a whole bunch of more oxide to dump into these rooms and build pressure up again. That's sort of the only thing I can see right now to make that a little bit easier for us, our lives. Yep, like so, and then I'll probably need the other glasses on, and then we can just cycle out. Oh, that was scary. Didn't see my helmet closing there. I was like, yeah, what was happening? I love the size of this base by now. By now, it's fucking insane. Even to think that this was all built by just one person is like, wow. Yeah, I'm not digging all the way down there. Fuck that. Silicon. Sure there's easier accessible stuff somewhere. Jesus. Is this silver? Ooh, possibly? Oh yeah, this looks quite promising. No, this is water ice. Oh god, no. But you. Oh god, that's gotta be. Yep. Oh, for the love of. And this stuff's all now melted because I wasn't on the up and up there, or quick enough on the uptake, I should say. Oh well, whoopsie doopsie. And then I can dig around that if I wanted to. Because this is a really big room, so I feel like we're gonna want more oxide. This is so convenient. Like, why I didn't do this much sooner is beyond me. But you know, for next time, I know build these glasses as soon as you can. Might as well grab all the oxide that's in here, since we're seeing it so clearly. No ore left behind. I know I seen them, but it was the wasp alloy that's really sort of scared me in a way. But you know, now that I understand furnaces a lot better, I think it's gonna be so much easier in the future. And it's like I seen them as like, yeah, I want it, I want it, I want it, but oh God, I don't know how to do this. So you know, it wasn't that I didn't have the willingness to do so. It was just I thought out of my reach, but turns out it wasn't actually that difficult. Annoying maybe, but not difficult. But yes, yes, I do. I have learned my lesson. Yes, methanol. Right. Let us now and on cycle in and release the stuff. Release the shmoo, as some would say. Yeah, release the shmoo like so. Please don't kill me. Whatever else you do, don't kill me, okay? Yeah, this is why you shouldn't actually do what I'm doing here. But it's now like propagating that pressure through to here is also the thing. Although I could just release some in here as well, right? Make it easier. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One more in here. I do really like what I've sort of came up with here. And then we're gonna have to airlock this, obviously. Like, we're gonna have to power the airlock, we're gonna have to have a gas sensor in there, all that stuff. 73 kilopascals, it's not terrible. And about 60-ish here. Yeah, that's sort of gonna regulate out, of course, over time now. But it feels like we may want more. I'm just gonna release more shmoo. Seems like we have the space to do that. Like the volume in the... Oh god. Oh god. I have floating ice. Yes. I imagine it's because of pressure, right? Like pressure, air movement. But, geez. So we're gonna end up somewhere in the 80s, I think, maybe high 70s by the time this is all equalized out. Yeah, I mean, this is awesome though. I feel like this is actually a good call, a good point to call it for today. I want to do something down here, but I don't know what yet. Something decorative maybe just lighting or something, but I feel like there could be something built in the near future. But for now, I'm really happy with everything. Right, let us go final time eject all the things. This can just stay there. Yeah. I think this is really, I can't think of anything else. I've just thought about actually of a use for this switch up here. That one. It's indeed going to get moved one level down into somewhere here. And what we're going to do in the script, right, just we can quickly look at that. If I bring it in. So, you know, let's say alias switch equals ic.device, and we may as well quickly look that up. Switch structure logic switch 2. Oh, I thought I brought this over. I did not. You know, structure copy to clipboard, thank you. Of say name centrifuge interrupt, okay. And what we're going to do right here in the beginning, we're not even going to do any big checks for any of that. We're going to say if switch dot open equals 0, meaning it's closed, it's you know it has connection, then go to interrupt. Now we need to quickly make a thing called interrupt. And all that's going to do is essentially silos open, silos open, not just silos on, sorters on, stackers on. No, actually, I think I want to set this once in the call, so we'll do like so. Did I forget an end if? Yes, right there. And then just go to main. just keep repeating that, and actually we're not even going to set that, right? Just silos on, don't wait, but then oh, equals. Uh, hmm, ah, typo. There we go. Right, that's all it would be. Basically saying, hey, if that switch is closed, we're actually skipping the entire checking for ejecting. Right, we're not going to do it. We're just going to say, hey, turn the silos on, turn the sorters on, turn the stackers on. Because in that way, I can also feed in materials like I have in my backpack or anything. And then I think I want to sort of have a one-shot, and I'm going to come up with that later in code, but I want to have a sort of one-shot thing of, hey, once when you run through this, actually, super simple. Super simple. I'm just came up with it. So we're making another variable, right? Has no is closed. That's what we'll call it, and it's at the moment it's 0, right? It's set once to 0. Then here we're not just going to the interrupt. We're actually setting ones. Is closed equals 1. Oh, is closed equals 1, and then we're going to say silos dot close equals 1, dot open equals 0. Right, we're going to run that once, and then go to the interrupt, end if. But here's the thing: if is closed equals 1, no, equals 0, right? Then do the silos dot open end if. Otherwise, don't even do anything. Right. So we're setting that once. And then I need to do a not end if, else if switch dot open equals 1. Then we're gonna say, okay, it ends in an end if, but then we're actually going to set is closed back to 0. Right. That's sort of the idea here, that we're going to just have that switch be there so we can interrupt the checking for full centrifuges, turn the stackers and sorters on, and make sure at least the silos are closed before we do it. Right, and it resets that once we hit that switch, it's just set to 0. Okay. Right. So we're not constantly closing them again if I want them open. That's sort of what I wanted here, and you know that's basically it. And obviously now I'm not going to go and code this out or write this out, because I need to move the switch first and all that. And it is time to wrap up and call it a day. We of course are going to read out. Let me just have some water here, just so while we're sleeping I'm not necessarily dying of thirst, although consumption during sleep is actually really, really low, so it's never an issue really. Anyways, what's the sort of pressure? 77 kilopascals. It sounds good. 78-ish. Still a bit higher here. But yes, right? And this is good. This is a big air volume that we can sort of deal with. And I think for my own sanity, I will close you just in case something happens. Like something blows out or and I'm not here and at least my main base is still safe, right? Yeah. So I will go in the sleeper. Oh! Waiting for the blackout to happen. Right, okay, good. So I will go and say, wait, I need another button up first. And then I can say exit, and we are going to switch over to another screen. And yes, with that, thanks everyone for joining today. Let me go and find a raid target. I am open to suggestions if anyone can think of someone. Yeah, why not? Why not? We haven't raided out there in a while, and we're gonna say hello. Or maybe we have actually read it recently. Let me actually have a quick look if someone is playing Stationeers besides me. Yeah, no, Russian wouldn't be helpful, I believe. Like, I wouldn't want to do that. Okay, then we shall. Lowest number wins. Oh, he's on break right now. Of course. Okay, back to the original idea. So, Green Day, thank you very much for your entertainment today, and all the other bands. And we shall go and rate at. Right, we're gonna get a custom message, of course. We're gonna say hello to one of my streamer friends. He's playing Tectonica right now. Really having a lot of fun there. We'll go and copy the message. Guys, let me say thanks everyone for joining me today. Have I missed any events for today? Oh yes, Rocket Wolf with a raid today. Wow, thanks for that, man. Really appreciate it. And yeah, all my viewers, my chatters, my lurkers, all of you guys are amazing. I couldn't do this without you. It's as simple as that. Love yous all. And with that, look out for yourselves and each other. I will be back tomorrow morning. I have a bad feeling we may end up in Stationeers again, but I want a break, but we'll see how it goes, right? Love is all. Peace out and bye.
Oh, lie down. Stop.